We are live from New York City. I believe we are live. Let me check. Oh, I got a text message. You heard that from another customer. I was just streaming another project. I just wrapped that one up. Maybe I should silence my phone. Okay, good. What I need to do now is, it's still a little bit experimental. I need to live stream in the hallway as well. There are no customers here as we speak, so I'm testing this because I don't test on animals or on customers, so I'm testing this without customers. But here's the, oh, there. It's already on. I don't know if you can see this, but this is the area where the customers sit. Just to be clear, I'm not talking about my customers, I'm talking about the studio. This is Bob Elliott's Music Makers NY. I rent a little space here. These are rental guitars for the studio. These have nothing to do with me. Studio 1, the big studio, is here. Studio 2, there are 9 studios in this space. I rent a little space here, which you can't see from there, but you will be able to see it from the inside. All right, just in a few seconds. There you go. Now you can see me from here, entering. Right, I hope you can see me. On the bench today is not a guitar. Let me explain this. This is my deadly weapon for mosquitoes. Okay, it's a never-ending battle. I don't think I'm alone. Okay, so this is something that, as we speak, the customer is watching live, but all the live streams obviously get archived, and I will be making them public when the time is right, okay? This is the guitar. Why did I put the case here? Well, because for the benefit of the viewing public in the future, I want to show you what I like to see. This is the Dario humidity pack, and there's one more here next to the headstock. So obviously the owner of this guitar really takes care of this guitar, and yeah, so all I have to do is maintenance. I don't need to do rehumidification or that kind of repair. All right. I always keep the case here. And now let's put the guitar on the bench. And here it is. It's a beautiful guitar. It's a Gibson Les Paul standard. It's a Gibson USA Les Paul standard. It's got a quarter sawn neck. Okay, the flecking pattern is almost dead center, so I'll just call it quarter sawn. You can also see the growth rings are very close together. It's a very good neck. You would expect this from a custom shop. Okay. So here's the guitar. I want to mention something about the truss rod. Initially, when I did the assessment, I was a bit surprised because I was unable to use the standard 5/16 socket wrench here. And here is a mosquito just right now. Just came over for a little snack. Sorry. Two of them. Look at that. Okay. What did I tell you? Let's have a look. Okay, you can see the mosquito here. We can zoom in a little bit. Okay, so now if I push the button, okay, that's it, right? And just in case, twice for good measure. Like a hitman, they do 2 bullets in the head. So I think they know what they're doing. I just do what the professionals do, I guess. All right. As I was saying, I couldn't put the standard 5/16 socket wrench over the truss rod nut. Okay, and I thought, oh wow, you know, maybe they're using a different size and they didn't tell us. I do have a Gibson guitar from 1993, 94, 95, I don't know, J200, which has a different truss rod nut. It's actually completely different. They experimented with that back in the day. So I thought maybe they did something, I don't know. It didn't really make sense, but yeah. So now I want to show you what the problem actually was. When, let me just raise it here a little bit. When Gibson, hold on, where are we? Here, okay. Yeah, so you can see this nut. That's the brass acorn nut. And you can see this lacquer over the tip of the acorn nut. So they spray it with the truss rod cover off and they don't tape it off. That's what they do at the Gibson factory all the time. And I always, every time I look at a brand new Gibson or a Gibson that's never had a setup done, I always find lacquer on this side of the nut. And then first time you use the socket wrench, it falls off, like you can see this coming off right now, okay? So when I examined this initially during the assessment, the customer was here, I said, oh, this truss rod has been adjusted. Then I tried to adjust it and I couldn't fit the socket wrench. But you see now I am able to fit it, and you can see here under the nut this thing coming off. And also, well, no, there's nothing here. But yeah, so that was preventing me from placing the actual standard 5/16 inch socket wrench over the Gibson truss rod acorn nut. Okay, and I thought, well, maybe now they changed the size or something. And that was really weird because I've seen guitars that have just been made. Actually, I've seen some new guitars and they have the standard nut like any other Gibson. Okay, anyway, enough with that. Another thing we'll be fixing today, it's going to be slightly more than just a setup. I'll be able to show you with this inspection microscope. Place the guitar right there. We'll be fixing a gap. Okay, Okay, there's a little gap here. You can see it between the nut and the fingerboard. Okay, there's a little gap. Now, I normally inspect the guitars before I do any work on them, and I noticed this little gap, okay? I also noticed that there's finish missing from the side of the nut here, and there's a little chipping here, okay? All right, I mean, it is just cosmetic, but I like the nut to be firmly in place. We'll do that little additional repair, and I will explain what I'm doing as I'm doing it. Okay, initially the low E string was touching the pickup. The action is in fact too low, but the pickup was also too high. So, so I did lower the pickup just for now, so that we can just do this at least. One thing I do want to mention is how we are going to wrap the strings. So here is what I call the bumblebee wrap. Okay, right, the bumblebee wrap, I call it. Too many wraps around the tuning post, okay? So this is not good. Well, it doesn't look good, but it's also not good for tuning stability, okay? So we don't want to do that, right? We want to make sure we do as fewer wraps as possible. But I will be doing a lock when I put the new strings on, and I will actually do an under wrap and lock. I'll show you this. Okay, so here I have some nuts. They keep me busy. I think we can get to work. I already measured the relief of this neck, and it was 8 1/1000 inch at the 8th fret, and it was the same on both sides. So let me now make sure that the truss rod nut works, that the truss rod works. Okay, so that's the first thing I do when I do a setup. I don't want to do any work on the guitar before I test the truss rod, because if something wrong with the truss rod, then we can't be doing any work. This is the 8 1/1000 inch feeler gauge. It passes here at the 8th fret. The next one does not. On the treble side, same thing. This one doesn't pass. The 8 1/1000 does pass. That's the one. And here we can see that it's 8 1/1000 inch. That's what it is. Now I want to loosen the truss rod a little bit, and then I want to tighten it a little bit. I always do part of the setup before I take the strings off. We'll also be cutting the nut, so I want to do that before I take the old strings off, right? Unless the strings are really bad. So here. Okay, so this fits inside now. Why isn't it focusing? Okay, and we loosen, and let me put it in manual focus. We loosen the truss rod a bit. Okay, and I haven't changed anything else on the guitar, so now I would like to see if we have more of a relief. Yes. Oh yeah, big difference. And that's exactly what I was hoping to see. Okay. Now, I would like to tighten the truss rod beyond the point where it was. And now I would like to see less relief than 8 1/1000ths of an inch. So this is 8 1/1000ths. So hopefully this does not pass through the gap. It does. Okay. Well, to be fair, I didn't tighten it beyond that point, too much beyond that point. So let's do a little more. Okay, maybe this much. I don't know. So now, once again, 8 1/1000ths. And now it does not pass. 6 1/1000ths does not pass. 5 1/1000ths is passing, and it's rubbing. Okay, so I can show you that with the other camera. So this was 5 1/1000ths of an inch. Okay, it's not really showing too well, but this is what it is. Okay. Now, this is too tight, so I want to release it a little bit. I want to adjust it to 6 1/1000ths of an inch. What was I going to say? This is too much. I forgot what I was going to say. The sentence was supposed to start with I, and then I did say I, and then I forgot the rest. It's a sign of old age. I do want to show you the frets, because we'll be doing a premium fret dress on this guitar, which I do on all guitars. So, a luthier made guitar, which would cost, I don't know, $15,000, $20,000, would have the frets polished and buffed to a mirror shine. Maybe even some custom shop guitars would have that, or master built custom shop Fender, for example. I don't know. Gibson, I believe what they do at the factory is they just probably use 400 grit sandpaper, and they just go up and down the fretboard, and that's it. All right. So they want to maximize their profits by minimizing their expenses. Makes sense for them. Here we have a close-up view of one of the frets, and we can see those scratches going up and down. Yeah, this is very visible. So it's not easy to light it from above. I do have an auxiliary light. Maybe this will help. I think you get the idea. You can see those scratches, okay? Now, we want the frets to be as smooth as possible, because less friction will slow down fret wear. So we cannot completely eliminate fret wear, but we can slow it down, okay? This is something that we should be doing every time we change the strings. We should polish the frets. We can also do it between string changes. We have this neck block. I'm sorry, it's not a neck block, it's a neck rest. So I will just show it on one string. So this string, just loosen it. We can simply put it like that. So we can do the same with all the strings. We put these 3 strings on this side, these 3 on that side. We have access to the entire fretboard. We can polish the frets and then put the same strings back on the guitar, right? So we can do that. The product that I recommend for home use is this Frine. It's a Music Nomad product. So one of those, this, and a polishing cloth. That's it. This comes with some fret shields. I can put an Amazon affiliate link in the description, or a few links for all these 3 products, right? So this, the Frine kit, and the polishing cloth, and a set of polishing cloths. So now, the first thing that I want to do now is file some of the string slots on the nut. So I do need to get going. This is not really a tutorial, but the B and the G strings are too high. The rest of them we're not going to touch. Okay. We have knot files, magnifying glass. So that's going to be a 13 and 17 gauge file, okay? So let's do the B string first with a 13 gauge file. So I'm framing this. I'll show you. In a strategic way. Very strategic way. I forgot to do this. Let me see. Yeah, it depends what the microscope is. Okay, so. So I want to show you how I'm framing this. I want to see this, okay? I'm a big fan of the Gibson logo. Okay, I have one here. I bought this in London at the Gibson garage. Okay, now we can fix the nut first. 2 of the string slots. So we're doing a setup plus some extra work, okay? Yeah, so the issue with this nut is, well, there are a couple of issues. The first issue is this. The little gap that's left between the first fret and the string on the B and on the G is, you know, it's low-ish, you know, but it should be lower. So, yeah. And that improves playability and the intonation in first position, right? And then there's a second issue. If you see this little witness point at the back end of the nut, okay, so the string wants to go in that direction because that's where the tuning post is, and we want to open up this back of the string slot so that there's less friction here, and especially on the G string here, okay, the G string can get stuck, it can go out of tune a lot. The D string is also an issue, but I'm not going to touch it because it turns out that the D string slot is already very low. There's no gap left here, so it's at 0. If I take this onion skin feeler gauge, and let me put it this way. Well, let me put it down like this. So on the E string, there's a gap left, okay? On the A string, there's a gap left, but I can feel that it's rubbing. On the D string, there is no gap left. The G has a big gap, B big gap, okay, much bigger than this, and the E has the right amount. I measured this using my dial indicator. I'm not going to do it now because we just need to finish this job. Okay, so I'm not going to be touching the D string. I just don't want to risk it. All right. Here we are. That's going to be using a 13 gauge file for this string. And I need my string winder. Okay. Let's zoom in a little bit. Before I do any work here, I want to do some work at the back end of the nut. The nut is also too high, so it's not easy to file the back, and it's not sloped enough at the back end, so I'll just do my best. So there's that witness point. I want to use the side of the file to remove some material from the side of the nut. We can't get it perfect, again, because the nut is too high. And you cannot file with a straight file a curved channel, right? And you can see now this part of the file is hitting this part of the nut. That's because this is too high. So, yeah. We can fix the whole thing by filing the whole nut, but if there's a tuning stability issue, we will do this next time. For now, we'll leave it like that. So Gibson guitars are not consistent in the way the nuts are filed, and that's simply because it depends who at the factory did that job, right? Gibson is just a factory, but there are people who work there. Okay, you can see how the string is sliding as we are tuning it. So let's see if it left a witness point. So for now, it did not, but it might later. I think this is an improvement. Okay, so let's remove this string now, and we are going to file the entire string slot a little bit deeper. Where did I put my file? Oh, here it is. So now I'm going to be hitting it at the front. So that silver spot is going to be filed away, right? I only want to file a little bit at a time and put the string back. And check this. First I eyeball it. And I compare it with another one. And I can still see that it's just a little bit higher. But I would like to know how high it is. So let me use the dial indicator. I know that it's out of frame here, but I can see it. Just one more pass, I think. I'm barely touching. I want to be aggressive because if I file too low, I need to make a new knot. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, so now I can show you like this. I will turn it in this direction. Okay, so the first thing I do is I push the string against the second fret. Okay, that's where it is, and then against the first fret is now. So that was that little difference, right? If I put it back here. Okay, so now it just went to a different area against the second fret, and here is against the first fret, right? That little difference. And that's exactly what I wanted. Just to show you the G string, second fret, first fret, right? So this is much higher. We want to get it lower. Okay, so just position the G string right there. And I'll do the same thing. I will hit it at the back end first. But this time I will be using a 17 gauge file. This is a 16 gauge string. There's no such thing as a 16 gauge file. I just use the closest one, and we want to remove some material from the back end. Now, because they cut it so deep, or in other words, they left too much material above, once again, I can't cut it. I can't cut the back without hitting the front here. So there's only so much I can do. I'm holding the file like this, and I'm just using the side of the file. Now let's put the string back. Increase the tension, decrease the tension, okay. As if we're tuning. Okay, now we remove it. So I do think that's an improvement. We removed some material from the back. Let's see, right? Now we need to cut it just a little bit deeper. We are removing microscopic layers. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why I work with microscopes. I've always been obsessed with microscopes since I was a kid. I built my own when I was 7-ish, 6-ish, 6 or 7, I think, out of a yogurt container and a lens from a toy film projector, my own toy. This could be it. Not yet. Yeah, so you can see how the string already left some metal deposits at the bottom, at the front, right? But it did not leave any metal deposits at the back over there on the side. So that's good news. Okay. This work is like dentistry, right? It's precision work. It's almost there. I can show you. It's hard for me to hold it in this direction for the benefit of the camera, but and I need to do this as well. Okay. Because then I cover the string. So okay, so here I hit the 2nd fret and now against the 1st fret, right? So down to the 2nd fret, down to the 1st fret. So it's just a little bit higher than the B string, the way we did it. So one more pass, I think, and it'll be good, I think. Once again, I only tuned the string one time, and we see that it did leave deposits here at the bottom, but left no deposits at the back. Now, it is also true that there's more pressure at the front than on the side at the back. Okay, so I know that. Let's do another gentle pass. I am only using the weight of the file, not actually pushing down at this point, because we're so close. Oh, this is, I can already tell you that this is good. I'm sure that the onion skin feeler gauge will pass. You see, it does pass both, all three, not on the D string, remember? So the D string, I think this is not below the height of the frets. It's right at the same height. I would like to be a little higher, but if it becomes a problem later, as the knot wears down, we'll deal with it at that time. But I think we're done with the nut. Well, with the string slots, we'll have another repair of the nut to do. So this is perfect. I'll try to hold it like this. So we go down to the first fret, I'm sorry, second fret, down to, whoa, hold on. I'm not holding it right, I guess. It wiggles. Yeah, I have to hold it this way. That's it, right? So it's very important to make sure that it doesn't wiggle on top of the wood grain, or that there are no particles of whatever left on the fretboard, because that's going to throw the measurement at this precision level off a little bit, right? We are done with this part of the job. We're 42 minutes and 44 seconds into this live stream. I have the clock right here. Okay. We're going to work on the frets now. Should we work on the frets first or fill that gap first? Let me think. I'm going to fill the gap, and I'm going to protect it and then work on the frets. Interestingly, I was filling the gap on a Squire Strat last night, actually two nights ago. But on the Squire Strat, the gap was at the headstock side, at the back of the nut. So I was doing a similar job on a Squire Strat, left-handed. Okay, let's put some tools away. Make sure my batteries are okay. They are. All right. So the humidity packs are great. What I want to do is I want to talk about this. So as a reminder, I'm going to put something here on my bench. We do some work, and then we'll talk about this. Let's remove the strings. Am I forgetting anything? I'm not. Okay. Just want to make sure before I remove the strings. Here we go. I loosen the strings first. Now, the reason I do this is only to test the tuning machines. I just want to make sure they work. I did ask the customer, and he said no problem, but I just do it anyway. Again, if there's a problem with the tuning machines or with the hardware, or like the truss rod, I want to know before I do any work. That's that. Now we cut the strings. So unfortunately, we have a set of new strings here, but we can't save them. We need to cut them. They are the Dario non-coated strings. How do I know that? The colors of the ball ends of the strings tell me that. All right? Now, when we remove strings, I'll be doing a lock on the strings, okay? So how should I show you this with the old strings? Okay. So the lock is going to be kind of like this. Okay, so this is now a loose string. Like that. It's going to go like this, like that, and over. And then I'm going to tune the string. Okay. Lock it down and cut this. So I had a customer that I saw recently. He used a multi-tool to try to do something here and then scratch the veneer, also on a Gibson. So no, so you loosen the strings, you cut the strings, you loosen the strings, and then you go like this under, you release that lock, okay? And the thick strings will not pass through in that direction. So you can wiggle it like that, cut this off, and remove the string safely without damaging the headstock veneer. I can see a little scratch here from this. So yeah, this scratched the headstock veneer here a little bit. How was this done? Yeah, so I will be showing in this video how to put the strings on, no problem. Okay, I recycle strings. The Dario, my favorite string company, has a program. You can order a label from their website, box up the strings, put the label on. The label used to be free, now you gotta pay for it. It's okay. It's a business expense, so yeah. We'll be putting coated strings on. All right. So here, important. These tuner bushings need to be tight. Not too tight, but see this? I can, okay? So this can affect tuning stability. The tool that I use is a 10mm socket screwdriver, socket wrench screwdriver thing, okay? Now, we should not over tighten it. And they are gonna always get loose after a while because we keep tuning and the tuning post is rubbing against it, okay? So, you know, just tighten a little bit. Kind of make sure they're all the same, and that's it. So that can affect the tuning stability if the hardware is loose. Now, I'm gonna remove the bridge as well and put it over here, and I'm gonna remove the scratch plate as well, because we want to clean the guitar. The screw is really tight, tighter than usual, so I have to remember that. I am using hand tools for this, not a power drill. Okay, great, this is what I wanted to see. They didn't used to do this. Now they do put a little felt pad. Okay, it's not centered, and I don't want to remove it because it might not stick, but that's good, all right? Because there used to be always, well, not always, but on many guitars, a little scratch from that screw. Come on. You know, they would sell a guitar for, you know, the price they go for. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we'll adjust all that. And here we have polishing cloth. Let's clean the guitar a little bit. I really love working on Gibson guitars. I don't need to remove these. The product I use, great product, Guitar Detailer by Music Nomad, okay? They have a similar product called the One. It's a weird name. It means all in one, but you know, I don't like that one. This guitar is relatively clean, so not much cleaning to be done. I do charge extra when the guitar needs extra cleaning. Yeah. Let's have a peek inside here. I did ask the customer if this guitar is only 1 year old, right? But I did ask if there are any scratchy pots. He said no. So if it's not broken, don't fix it. I don't need to spray the oxide. You know, it can go for years before you need to use the oxide, okay? But I just want to have a peek inside. Everything looks good. If you buy a used guitar, used Gibson, always look at these solder joints. The pickup lead wires soldered onto the pots. Make sure that it looks like virgin solder joints. And if it doesn't, look at the pickups. Make sure they're the original ones. People can buy guitars, change the pickups, and then sell it to a store that sells used guitars. They never check it. And then you can buy a Gibson with, you know, non-Gibson pickups. It's happened. Yeah. Now, let's put this back. Okay. Now we'll polish the frets. Well, not just polish. We're going to do a whole dressing of the frets. Let's lower the pickup a little bit first. This is just the neck pickup. We want it out of the way. Because we don't want to scratch it. And we are still going to protect it anyway, but you know, it's at a lower level. Like that. We are also going to protect the nut. Oh, I said that I would do the filling first. Yeah, I did say that, and I almost forgot. So we can even see the gap, this camera. So here I'm changing focus. We want to just put a little bit of filler from the top, but not all the way down. Okay, we just want to add support. That's it. I am going to mask it off a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Let's do this one first. Hold on. Where's my feeler gauge? Okay, that looks good. We are maintaining this gap so we can fill it. Right? This is good. Right? And now we need to take a 12-inch radius gauge. To prep the tape for the face of the nut. I really don't want to reposition the camera because then I have to reposition it again. Well, but I guess there's no other way. Okay. So live streaming does take me a bit longer because I need to worry about camera angles. What I'm doing is so this is dusty, so I'm using this tape. You'll see. So that when I put the other tape on top, that's the tape that I'll use for the nut. Okay. Right, like that. And now I take, so that's a 12-inch radius gauge. 12-inch radius gauge. Okay. And I need an X-Acto blade. Is that it? Okay, you see? I didn't want to stick this to this surface because now it wouldn't be sticky enough for the job. Now we can move this away, so let me put this here, back here on the tape. 12-inch radius gauge, we don't need it anymore. I like to put sharp objects away immediately. Right. So I do want to show it from this angle anyway, so here I am repositioning the camera. There. Do you see the mosquito? Okay, that's good. Now we need to remove this. I didn't do this right. Okay. I don't do this every day, although I did it 2 days ago. Okay. That's it. And we have that gap, we have access to it. That's good the way it is. Okay. I got him. I always like to see them up close. Where are you? Ah, there. Okay. Yeah. Twice. Okay. So now we're going to mix up some compound. The compound is joint compound used in construction. All-purpose joint compound for drywalls and guitars. What do you know? It says right here. Fill the gap between the guitar nut and the fingerboard. It says right here. Nobody ever reads it. Yep. The reason why I like joint compound is, well, it's nice and smooth, and when it dries, it's not as hard as plaster, not nearly as hard as plaster, and it can pulverize. So we want the nut to be removable, to be serviceable. So we definitely don't want to shove some glue there or do anything permanent like epoxy. This is good. So now, if the nut ever needs to be removed, this will just fall off. The next technician can just clean the nut shelf, the front side of the fingerboard, and install a new nut or whatnot without a gap. Okay, so where is my palette knife here? Ah. Okay. We only need a very tiny amount. So in the guitar repair shop, this will last you until retirement. It's a rosewood fingerboard. I do have some rosewood powder. Yeah, here it is. So we can mix some with this. I'm mixing an amount that's much more than we need. But this will not be enough. We're going to mix some pigments and dyes as well. It's okay to make it darker. I just wouldn't make it lighter. To make it darker than the fingerboard itself, right? So this obviously is not dark enough yet. It cannot be dark enough just by mixing the, rosewood, which is why we are going to mix some pigments and dyes or dyes. Okay. Okay, it's still too light. So I want to put a little bit of black pigment. We put tiny amounts. I put too much. Okay. This will be a gap that's, I can measure the gap with the feeler gauges. It's going to be a fraction of a millimeter. And it's actually okay if it looks kind of close to black. Because it'll look like a shadow. It'll look fine. But it wouldn't look good if it was, too bright. Looks pretty good. I thought I put too much black, but now I don't think so. Well, this lighting doesn't really show. I am trying to compare it to the rosewood. I mean, it's not the same color everywhere, right? But this is very close. It's darker than this, it's lighter than that. I actually want it to be a little bit darker. So I'm gonna put a little bit of third pigment there. So I was worried that I put too much black, but I didn't. Need to add a little bit of water. It looks too red now. So that means I put too much of this, but it's still too bright, so I do want to darken it up. We can always put more joint compound, obviously, and mix into it. It's starting to look more brown than red. It's still too bright. I'm gonna add some black. It's also quite all right if it has streaks of darker and brighter shades, because that's what wood has. So this is still brighter than this. This is kind of almost black here, so I need to add more black. can still see that it's brighter than the darkest spots on the fingerboard. Still needs more black. We're adding tiny amounts. I hope that's not too much. I can even put more black. I have some black here on the side. I'll mix it all in. Even more. Look at that. Okay, I think we're good. All right, put the powders away. Let's do it. Okay. Here, I'll just use this tool just to put some over here. Okay. Um, all right. That's this part. That's it. Now, it does look a little darker. Now I just leveled it off with a fingerboard. But we just closed that gap. So this is better. I did lose my live audience, I can see. Well, you know, it's late. All right, that's that. Now I just need to clean up a little bit, and then we do some fret dressing. It's a Gibson guitar, so most Gibson guitars have fret nibs. That's the binding on the side, on the two sides of all of the frets. We don't want to damage that. So this is a little more than a setup, right? This whole thing. This is why, well, Guitar Quackery is a high-end shop. So the level of service that you get here is what is the best word for me to use? Because I'm not trying to say that I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't have a hot dog if you want to have a hot dog, but this is not a hot dog stand. So this is where you can't order a hot dog. This is for customers who want this level of service. But I'm not saying that if you want a hot dog, that you should go to a restaurant and order a gourmet meal. If you want to have a hot dog, you can have a hot dog. But you just can't order a hot dog at a Michelin star restaurant because it's not on the menu. So same thing here. I just do high-end work. This is Teflon. It's very useful for for many things. Okay, let me put away some tools that I no longer need, that I don't no longer need for this job. All right. I feel I need a little break. Now, normally I would take a little break, but I am live streaming. So let me tell you about that. The live streaming is an idea that has been on my mind since the COVID lockdown. It started as my initial idea was to do Zoom diagnostics, assessments of the guitars with curbside pickup and delivery. And I did some of that. And it later expanded into this. I only started doing this in August of this year, which is 2024. Then I went on vacation, and then I resumed at the end of August. So, yeah. So now I am not going to be live streaming every single setup, every single project. Maybe twice a week, maybe 3 times. I can do this, and I can send a link to the customer so the customer can watch me live as I work on the guitar or guitars, well, one guitar at a time. And yeah, and at this time, my live streams are just unlisted. So only the customer is watching, and I'm streaming outside so that people here, the customers at Music Makers, can watch. But in the future, these live streams will also be just going live for the public. So if you like to see this kind of work live, unedited, you should subscribe to this channel. This channel is called Guitar Quackery Live. There's another channel called Guitar Quackery without the word live in the title. That's the main channel. You can see long form edited videos on that channel. But here you can see only live streams. And on the other channel, no live streams. So if you like the other kind of content, subscribe to the other channel. If you like this kind of content, subscribe to this channel, or you can subscribe to both if you like both. And if you subscribe to this one, and I don't know how you get notified, but you can be notified, and then, because these are not going to be scheduled in any way, right? When I have, when I need to do a job, I'm going to be doing it. But when I start streaming, if you are subscribed to this channel, I think you will get a notification, so you can just join the stream. I don't think I can really check my chats unless, like now, I just take a little break and I read through the chats. But I need to focus on the project that's in front of me. Okay, so now I need to decide how to protect the fretboard. So I do have a fret shield, or I could tape it off. I'm not going to be doing individual frets. I'm going to protect the entire fretboard at once, okay? So let's try the fret shield first. Yeah, let's try that. Which one is for the Gibson? This one. Okay. Oops. This is the fret shield. I want to make sure I have access to the sides of the crowns. Yeah, that'll work. And you know what? I even have something, yeah. Okay, that's one. So, okay, I taped this off, but now I think I'll be using this. Okay, it's not touching that filling that I did. Okay. I'll put a tape here. Okay, that's good. Now I'll start the fret dressing. Oh, I have everything I need here. Most of what I need. Okay, where's my glove? All right. This process is called scratch removal. It's really a misnomer. You can't remove a scratch, right? A scratch is missing material. But yeah, it's called scratch removal. But you're really removing the material around the scratches. And I dust it off between passes. So fret dressing, what I'm doing now, can take up to 2 hours. Depends on the condition of the frets, how you do it. If there were some uneven frets, you gotta touch them up first with a fret kisser. It just depends, right? It's not gonna take me 2 hours on this one, not even 1 hour. It's just a more like a friendlier situation, I would say. Okay? Now, I'm done with these. Now, the polishing pads are here. Okay, 9 different ones. Now let's put the box here, like that. Cool. Okay, so here we have the green one. So we're working our way up to finer and finer grits, right? That's just standard procedure. As I recall, well, this customer just dropped off the guitar today, a few hours ago. So as I recall, the customer said he wanted the action as low as possible, but without fretting out, without buzzing. Okay? As low as possible. So that's the word, possible. We do what's possible. There are no uneven frets, so every Gibson guitar goes through a pleck machine. It shouldn't have uneven frets, but sometimes if your settings are off on the pleck machine, if you are removing too much material at once, the frets are not going to come out even. And also sometimes frets can move later, okay? if they've been too over radiused during the installation, so they can flex out of the fret slots. I checked all the frets during the assessment of this guitar. I did not do that during the live stream, but I did it when the guitar was dropped off, which is what I do with every guitar. Okay, they're getting shinier and shinier with every pass. I think I can see that they are in fact shinier than they used to be. I'm changing focus here. All right. Last polishing pad. Yeah, obviously if you're watching this now, you are watching a replay, because I can see that I have no audience, so the customer stopped watching, I don't know how long ago, but I did mention it before. I believe the customer will be watching the replay, but the rest of you are obviously watching the replay. It'll be more fun to watch actual live streams as I'm streaming, because then we can kind of chat as well. You can post chat messages. If I have time, I will read them and I will then reply. Okay. So this is an old barber trick, right? Okay. It's a leather, hard leather. I'm pounding the metal. Okay. We're not done yet. This is just the beginning. Just kidding. Three more steps, if you don't count the steps in between. Okay. Now, buffing. this here. It's all good, yeah. Okay, so this is the buffing compound. And here we go. I work late. Warm up the buffing wheel first a little bit. If you watch my live streams, you will see me do this every day. Technically speaking, every pass removes a little bit of material. Yeah. It's a microscopic amount. You couldn't measure it. I mean, you could. You need special equipment. There's equipment that can measure the thickness of a fingerprint that you leave on a hard surface, like on a glass. So some equipment can do that. So you could use that equipment to measure how much material this buffing wheel removed right now, right? But it's insignificant. But that's what buffing is. It's removing some material. And smudging as well. Which is what that leather was doing before, right? Pounding and smudging. I used to do, I used to offer standard polish and premium polish. I no longer offer standard polish. Yeah, there's just too much work. So I just want to take the customers that want premium. 8.2 million people live in New York City. I don't know how many of them play guitars, but I just can't service every customer. So I work by myself. For now, I've tried to, work with someone. Maybe at some later time, I don't know. Right now, I can't. Yeah, I used to work on about 40 guitars per week, which adds up to about 2,000 guitars per year. And this year, I decided to reduce the volume. So I kept raising my prices, and I also limit what kind of jobs I will take. I will not just take a restringing or an output jack repair. I mean, yeah, restringing is part of a full service, or output jack is repair is part of a full service, but you bring a guitar here, it's like the Japanese omakase restaurant. The chef decides what you're gonna eat. You just come to the restaurant and you don't need to order anything. They know why you're there. So the chef decides based on the best available ingredients at the time, based on what goes well together, etc. So this is like omakase. You bring your guitar, I know what you want. You want your guitar to be as good as it can be. So I don't want people to tell me, I just want the setup, or I just want the truss rod adjusted. No, we do everything that needs to be done to get the guitar to the level that it needs to be. And like I said before, this is not for everyone. I'm not forcing anyone to agree to these terms, or I'm not forcing anyone to come here. But it's the level of service that I do here. I don't do standard or regular setups or quickies or nothing like that. When the guitar leaves this shop, it has to be at a certain standard, gold standard. That's how every guitar needs to leave. And that could be a Squire like I just worked on, or a Gibson like this one. I don't care what brand. I've worked on Harley Bentons. The only guitars I will not work on are counterfeit guitars. people have brought counterfeit guitars here, and I just declined to work on them. I just, you know, obviously the counterfeit guitar, Gibson, like a Gibson. I work on Gibson guitars, and I'll work on Epiphones. I'll work on lawsuit era knockoffs of Gibson guitars. But as long as it doesn't say Gibson on the headstock, and it was made by someone other than Gibson, it's not a counterfeit, it's a knockoff, right? It's different. But I will not work on counterfeit guitars. And all those guys that tell you that a Gibson is a good guitar on the internet, it isn't, okay? It isn't. I don't know what they're thinking. I don't care what they're telling you, but they're not good guitars. And I know that Gibson has a lot of issues. I'm fully aware of that. I know some years are better for Gibson and some years are horrible. I know all that. But a Gibson is junk. And I'm not even going into it right now. Why? I'm talking about the components, everything wood. So yeah, I don't work on Gibson. Yeah, one guy brought a Gibson. He told me over the phone that it was a Gibson. Then he brings a guitar. I said, what is this? Oh, well, it's actually a Gibson. And it doesn't work, right? Bad knot, bad frets, it's fretting out. Can you fix it? Well, if you think about it, I'm doing all the finishing work on the guitar. I would be. I didn't touch it. I would be doing all the finishing work on it. So I would, in a sense, be part of the counterfeiting team if I had done all the finishing work to make it work. So, and I would be profiting from it. So no, I don't work on Gibsons. I don't work. I've seen other counterfeits. I've seen Rickenbacker counterfeit guitars, Ibanez, Fender. They can't be here. The other reason is insurance. So if you bring a Gibson, you put on the paperwork it's a Gibson. Now you come pick it up. Hey, that's not my guitar. I brought a Gibson. This is a Gibson, or whatever. Or if I have a fire or something, well, you could say, well, I brought a Gibson, right? The customer could pretend that he didn't even know it was a Gibson. So now the insurance needs to pay for a Gibson. So no, I just don't want to be part of that. So this is kind of like polishing also. I'm removing the buffing compound with a polishing cloth. So that's one of the steps in between that I mentioned before. So if you were polishing and buffing by hand, you would be doing just that. So do I count this as one of the steps or not? I don't know. You tell me. I do have to do it, so I want to remove all of this buffing compound. It's not that critical. We're going to be using a buffing paste next. All right. Right. All this came off. This is buffing compound, not the joint compound. All right, look at that. Beautiful. This is already 100 times better than doing a steel wool job. Steel wool just doesn't get it, you know, like that. Not even close. It kind of looks good and shiny, but trust me, it's not even close. I already put some paste here, so now I just need to put it on the frets, just a little bit. Less is more. I used to put too much, and you know, it was just a waste, and you know, it adds up. This stuff costs. It's not like free. I should raise my prices. I really think I should raise them even more, because I go through a lot of materials. And I spend more time than other technicians do. Well, one reason why I'm doing these live streams is because I will also be offering services by the hour. So something that's not a setup or not, you know, standard day-to-day work, like nut or frets, whatever, refret even, you know, something that's different. If I don't know how much time I might be spending, then we can do an NTE agreement, not to exceed. That's what NTE stands for. So let's say we say $1,000 for this job. It's something requires repair of the braces, and so by the hour, and you make a deposit. Once I deplete that deposit, we need to renegotiate, and that's part of the contract. But because it's being live streamed, you can see exactly how many hours went into it. So, full transparency. Yeah, so this gets it a step up from where it was just before. Different buffing wheel, different compound. This is a paste. So all of the buffing compounds and pastes are light abrasives, they, technically speaking, are in fact removing material. At the molecular level, I guess. Yeah. I have a monitor here, so maybe in the future I can read chat messages here from the monitor as I am polishing frets or whatever, and then I can just answer the questions. I wouldn't really be able to scroll through the messages, I guess, you know, without interrupting my work. But I guess it's a possibility. I have a bunch of live streams, almost 100 already. Yeah, so I'm going to make a whole bunch of them public, or release them, I guess, all at once, and then continue to do live streams. But I will announce this on the main channel first. I already made an announcement. A half announcement. I only shared a little bit of, you know, information. There might be situations that will occur. Well, then there will be situations that occur on live streams that will not be included in any of the long-form videos on the main channel, Guitar Quackery. So once again, I recommend that you do subscribe to this channel, and occasionally just, you know, I know you can't just watch me work all the time, but occasionally just tune in, see what's going on, send a little quick chat message that I might reply to. I need subscribers, right? Because you got to go with the times, right? I don't think that. Well, I don't want to sound like I'm criticizing other businesses that don't have live streams or YouTube channels, but I know that some can't. I totally get it. But this is something that can, the business can benefit from a YouTube presence. Any business, not just guitar business, but especially guitar business. Okay, we're almost done. one more phase, or 1.5, you know. If you don't count the one in between, it's one. If you count the one in between, then it's two. Two more steps. Okay, this looks good. Okay. This looks good. Now I need to clean the frets, remove this buffing paste. So no editing, but there is live switching taking place. So that joint compound is dry by now, but not completely cured, I guess. We don't want to touch it. Some guitar builders use joint compound for as a grain filler. Yeah, it's a great grain filler, especially for guitars that are going to be painted, you know, with an opaque, like, I don't know, a white Strat or something. Joint compound is a great grain filler. All right. Yeah, look at that. Here, so I want to start charging this battery. Okay, now comes the last step. So this was the step in between. The last step is a proprietary idea. So I don't explain it, I don't show you what it is, I just do it. Okay, I just do it. And yeah, I came up with this. On my own. I don't know if anyone came up with the same idea. I haven't seen anyone mention anything on YouTube or anywhere else. But that's the final touch. Oh yeah. Now we can remove everything, the tapes and the fret shield. When you buy a fret shield, it comes with 5 black rubber bands. They don't last forever. If you buy multiple fret shields for different scale lengths, if you buy all 5 of them, you will have 50 rubber bands, and they won't last forever. So these are already replacement rubber bands. Okay, and now we can remove the fret shield, just like that. And here are the frets. We'll let this be like this for a few minutes. This would be a good time to read the live chat. There's no live chat now. I need to finish this. It's already almost midnight. I need to log my water intake. Did I show you this, or was I showing it on the previous live stream? I can't remember now. So this is my water app. Here it is. That's the glass. How much did I drink? I just kind of wink it. Maybe this much. Okay, that's the water bunny. Now, did I really drink this much throughout the day? I don't know. I had coconut water, coffee, yogurt. Oops, what happened? Okay. Coconut water 2 times, and then water, 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 water. Yeah. Hydration is 50% of your goal. So I'll keep drinking. Yeah, so this app reminds me to drink because I get dehydrated if I don't drink. Okay, let's put it here. Now, I want to talk about something. Well, we can remove the cover. Okay, I don't know what I was thinking here, but yeah. And we can raise this pickup now. Or, no, not yet. You know what? I'm just going back and forth. We're still going to oil the fretboard. Okay. Does it need oiling? Yeah, we'll do it. Okay. But right now, I want to talk about those the Dario humidity packs. So this is for the acoustic guitar. One pack goes here under the headstock, and the other double pack goes inside of the sound hole. Okay, now this customer put this here. It doesn't hurt the guitar, obviously. All of this helps, okay? But this is not enough during New York City winters when the heat kicks in, the air gets really dry, even down to 10 or even 7 relative humidity in some cases. I know I've measured low humidity in some places. So in my house, I have humidifiers that, and here I have a humidifier. In the storage room, there's another mosquito which needs to die. Okay, soon. So the humidipacks are a two-way humidification system, right? So if the air inside of the guitar case gets too humid, it absorbs humidity onto itself, onto the what's it called again? Humidipacks. And if it's too dry, it releases moisture into the air. Okay. But when it's really, really dry, this is just not going to do it. So the best thing is to really to humidify the entire living space and not to over humidify. So here, for now, I have a cool mist humidifier that can over humidify the space. So you constantly need to monitor. At home, I have evaporative humidifiers, and I might bring one here and replace this one. It's just that I have a really small space here, so this is the only reason why I have an evaporative humidifier here. I'm sorry, cool mist. But I'm going to try to fit an evaporative humidifier here. See if I rearrange the space a little bit. They are bigger, but they will not over humidify your space, okay, which is important. Now there's another thing that you can use, which is this kind of humidifier. So this one is made for the acoustic guitar. It goes in the sound hole. There's a sponge, which right now is dry because we're not humidifying now. The heat is not on. And you put a sponge inside, but they make a similar one for the guitar case. It's gray in color, and you can put it there. This one has even a hygrometer to read the level inside of the case. But I don't know if that's going to work for a hard shell case for a Gibson. You can buy a separate hygrometer to put inside the case. The point is that the humidipacks, although they are a great product, they are not going to be enough for a New York City winter. Okay? So that's what I wanted to say. Okay, now it's time to do a little bit of work on the fretboard. I'm just going to put this on the nut, and I'm careful not to disturb that area, right? That's that. Okay. Oh, these frets are just, like mirrors. Let me see if I can catch a reflection. Yeah. Like that. Maybe I can show it with the other camera. Well, somehow I can show it a little bit. Okay. That's that. All right. So now they are super slippery. You shouldn't put too much oil on the fretboard. That's a mistake. When you saturate it, it can release, it can weaken the mechanical connection between the frets and the fret tanks and the fret slots, because it starts wicking between the fret and the wood grain, into the wood grain, and it softens the wood grain, etc., right? So what I do is I just do this. Okay. I know there's videos online that show just to put oil all over and let it soak in. No, that's wrong. You're not doing it just once. This is a regular maintenance that needs to be done periodically. Okay, so I didn't clean the fretboard this time. There was nothing to clean on it, literally nothing. So when it's like that, the oiling is also cleaning. So when I get a fretboard that's been over-oiled, I need to try to remove the oil. And I do that with a chemical that's not... Okay, so it's naphtha. It's a chemical that, you know, if you watch YouTube guitar channels, everybody uses it. I use it as well. It's a great product, but it's toxic, right? You can't touch it with your hands. It's very volatile, so it evaporates very quickly. You shouldn't inhale it. You shouldn't touch it with your hands, okay? So, and I am not saying that you should use it. I don't want to be responsible. I don't know who's watching this. You know, kids could be watching this, right? So, yeah, so I'm not saying you should use it. If you are a minor, do your research, talk to your parents, and do it together with adult supervision, whoever's responsible for you. Okay, so now we can erase that pickup. Yeah, a little bit more. Let's check the hardware. Okay, so I'm going to drive the saddles back a little bit. I think the G saddle might need to be flipped. It is a good idea to flip it sometimes. Or, you know what, let's not. I just drive it all the way back. Yeah, it did go back further. So the pattern that I'm seeing is almost right, but not quite. Here it's important to clean the guitar because the arm always rubs against the nitro finish. The guitar is very clean, you know. Another reason why I don't use steel wool, it gets trapped in the, you know, fibers, and then you pick up a cloth and then you scratch the guitar. Okay. Another great product, guitar wax, is carnauba wax. Okay, we want to put a microfilm of it. With a soft tissue. And then buff it. Yeah, it's kind of hard to go around these, you know, hardware components, but it doesn't have to be perfect. So now if you look from the side, you can see exactly where you have coverage. And next, you want to buff it out. Okay, I'll be right back. This is a buffing cloth, Fender buffing cloth, the soft one. So yes, so I'm addressing the customer now. We talked about, I will send you some links for some of the products that we discussed, so that makes it easier for you to just click on the Amazon links and buy the products. I'll text you, okay? All right, so now we don't want to buff it too much. We don't want to remove the wax, right? So we want it to be there. Now we put the posts. So I raised them a little higher than I think they should be. We'll clean and buff and wax the guitar from the back when the strings are on. It's fine. We could do it now, but now we're still touching it. And now we string it. We can lubricate the nut now, or we can do it when the strings are on and remove one at a time. Doesn't make a big difference. Since I mentioned it now, why don't we do it now? There. Here's the nut. And we are going to lubricate the string slots using these. These are actually dental tools. Dentists use these. Okay. This is a Teflon-based lubricant. And I do have the microscope right here, so let me focus on this. And here. See the metal deposits, right? So, you know, there's friction definitely. Now on this one, I removed that other part that's okay, so I just put a little lubricant like this. It really needs a tiny amount of lubricant. Here, the little tip is not going to fit really, but sometimes I use dental floss to get it in. Sometimes I just do what I'm doing now. It works either way. Just kind of smudge it up like that, right? So all of the string slots have been lubricated. We are going to be putting a set of the Dario XS 10 to 46 gauge strings. That was a Mosquito, by the way. Same one? I don't know. I want it dead. Yeah, the Dario XS corded strings, 10 to 46. All right. I don't particularly like these boxes, but you know, sometimes I buy them in bulk. Okay. that's that. We've been streaming for 2 hours, 49 minutes, and 14 seconds. Here I have the strings. And here I have the tailpiece. Stop bar, whatever you want to call it. These are coated strings. They have a wrapper around. You got to be careful not to damage the wrapper. So be very gentle. So the 3 wound strings have a wrapper, and the 3 plain strings have a different coating. It's kind of like a liquid that stays on the surface of the metal and dries up. Yeah. That's it. Where do I have my little brush? Okay, here. Now, I'll be showing how to put the strings on using the under wrap and locking method. I just call it that. I don't know what else to call it. I didn't invent it. I use it on some guitars. I don't know who came up with it. I discovered it. Because like I said, I used to work on about 2,000 guitars per year, so I've seen many different methods. And when I was removing the strings off of one guitar once, I said, oh, what is this? This is kind of weird. And then it got me thinking. I'll be making a tutorial on the main channel about restringing guitars. I already have a tech tip about this, so technicians always or often forget to put the truss rod covers back. So this way, both screws are here and the truss rod cover is here. If I forget to put it, at least everything is on the guitar, nothing is lost, okay? Because it's really embarrassing if you forget to return something. Like these things on the Strat, I always forget, always. Used to forget. Now I have a better system. Okay. Okay, so we want to, adjust the action kind of where it needs to be when you pull on the string. Just eyeballing it, just roughly, okay? And the same on the other side. Just pull on the string. Needs to go down. We want it to be a little bit higher because it's easier to lower it than to raise it. Okay, and now we go like this. Make sure it's all tight here. And oh yeah, so I aligned all the tuning posts so that this is kind of pointing towards the string more or less, and a little bit more towards the opposite end of the headstock. And we just put it through like that. We pull it, and here we measure it. So the measurement is going to be different for every string. On this one, on my size hand, it's going to be above the second joint, like that, over the 12th fret, which is the center, middle. And then I pull on it. Now I need to switch cameras. Okay, so I'm pulling on it. It's got to be in the right string slot. I'm pulling on it, and I have that measurement over the 12th fret. And with the thumb, I go towards the adjacent tuning post. On this string, the string alone, I do only one half turn and go like this. And hold it. You see how I'm holding it above the nut? Okay, and I want that to go over the bottom wrap. So I kind of let it settle. Maybe pull on the string just a little tiny bit, just like that. And we're not tuning the guitar yet, right? But here on this side, I am making sure that it's locked, all right? And now we need to clip it like that. That's it. So now on a Gibson guitar with this kind of bridge, this is an ABR1, or it could be a Nashville bridge, whatever, this type of bridge, tune-o-matic. We want to do this string next. It's not aligned properly. I thought I did that. And the G string also was not aligned. Okay. So on this one, the measurement is going to be 2/3 between the fingertip and the first joint. Okay. So we go here through this, just like that, and we pull on the string. We go through the string slot, and we take that measurement. So it's got to be exactly inside of the saddle, and we take that measurement over the 12th fret. So now, once again, I need to release this to switch the camera, and I grip it again over the 12th fret, which is off camera. I pull on the string, and I go towards the tuner, and now I can go like this under the string. Okay. That's an under wrap. And here I go over the string, and here I go between the two parts of the string. And I could lock it now, but because this is a thin string, I do a third one. And I go like that. Okay, so I lock it in this direction. Now it's locked. And now I hold it away from the string slot because I don't want to damage the string slot as I am. And now I release it and I can tune the guitar, and I just make sure that it's really locked. I usually cut these off at the very end, but here I just trimmed it for clarity. So the bridge is a little higher than it should be, and the string is not in tune yet, so this will end up a little more here later, right? As I lower the bridge and as we tune the string. Now I'll just continue with these strings on the treble side because all the strings are here, and just tugging on the string to make sure everything is tight here. Put it through, pull. The measurement here will be this over the 12th fret, okay, which I'm doing now off camera. You have to keep it tight. Pull on the string, pull on the string, hold it, lock it. And here I push it a little bit to really lock it. So when I do this with the camera in the way, I just want to make sure I did everything nice and tight, okay? All right, it's nice and tight. On the G string, the measurement will be above the first joint, like here, 1/3 of the way between the first and second joints, above the 12th fret. Again, I pull. So here I can do only 2 times if I want to, or I can go 3 times. Depending on the height of the post, I can go a 3rd time. These are all under wraps. But there's only going to be about half a turn or 3/4 of a turn of the active string going around the post. The under wraps are just pushing it up to help lock it. Now these strings here go here. And we do the A string. That's my measurement, the 2nd joint. Yeah, but my hand is different than your hand, right? So you're gonna have to find your own measurement. Here I push I hold both strings under, over that string, and between the two. Tug it like that, lock it, and immediately, and now I just load the string into the string slot. And here I want to make sure it's locked before I trim it. The measurement is 2/3 between the first and second joint above the 12th thread. It's in the saddle, it's in the nut, push. Okay. I am going to recycle these string fragments. Right here. I don't need this anymore. Another thing I don't need is this. This was just holding the tailpiece. Now, this tailpiece is all the way down. Oh, that G string is in the wrong place. It slipped. Okay. So it wasn't tuned to pitch yet, but there it is. Okay, nothing is tuned to pitch just yet. But every Gibson Les Paul is different top carve. This tailpiece should be all the way down, like it is now. These are not symmetrical, doesn't matter. The tailpiece needs to be all the way down. Okay, that's what's important here. Now, we want to put the guitar down this way. We don't need this right now anymore. Okay, and with this kind of wrap, the strings are locked. They only wrap around the active part of the string, only wraps around the tuning post, the minimum amount. Ideally, it would end up at maybe like 11 o'clock. Well, we can't really make that happen every time, but it can definitely improve the tuning stability if it's like that, you see? So all the strings are now locked. Now we want to tune the guitar to pitch. So we are going to tune the guitar. We're going to check the truss rod. So when I'm tuning, I'm also pre-stretching the strings a little bit, but not too much. We don't want to overdo this, right? Just a little bit. See, the pitch went down, right? Now it's at E, more or less. Pre-stretch just a little bit. Don't overdo it. And now it went flat, right? So we want to increase the pitch. Gonna tune the high E, same logic. And I'm looking because the strings are loose, so I need to look that everything is seated properly, right? And I'm going to have a quick peek at the action. So a bit of pre-stretching. Okay. And the action should be measured in playing position, but this is just a preliminary measurement. I want it a little higher than it should be. But this customer wants it lower, right? So I want it above 60/1000 of an inch, and on the bass side, right about 90 is now. So that's about where I want it. The neck doesn't have the proper relief, I know all that, but this is a little bit higher than I want it. Now I can simply tune the guitar. Again, we're pre-stretching a little bit. So the pitch went down, and now we tune it back to A. D. So that's a D. Now listen, pre-stretch, like that. Pre-stretch the string, just a little bit. Now listen, the pitch went down. So now we tune it back to D. See, you're not going to be making a lot of turns. It's just a little turn is going to affect the string more because there's no slack around the tuning post. If you do this stringing method. Something's wrong with this wrap on the B string. So when the camera's in the way, sometimes the camera's just in the way, right? So let me just quickly fix that. So I need to just loosen the string. Just want to make sure that the wraps are nicely stacked. This usually doesn't happen to me, but it happened. Okay, and I just need to get the camera out of the way. This is one of the challenges of doing this. Okay, I think that's, oh, I'm looking at the wrong string, okay. It's hard to see. Oh, I see. This one is overlapping. Okay, this is really the first time that this happened, but I am fixing it. I did notice before, if you remember, you can rewind the video, that I did notice something was off and I thought I fixed it. Okay. I see how I'm going to fix it. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Sorry about that. But I just couldn't leave it like that. No, it's not right yet. God damn. I don't even want to show this because it's just going to slow me down even more. Oh, I see. I gotta hold it here as I turn, I think. Come on. Can I fix it like that? I don't think I can. I think I need to pull the string with a needle nose pliers. I don't know if I can fix it because this never happened before. So we're going to do a little compromise here. So I meant for this to have 3 under wraps. Now it's going to have 2 instead. It's still going to be fine. So it's going to be like the G string, which has 2 under wraps. Is this right? What the hell? Yeah, that's right. I need to be able to lock it. We're just going to put a new string on. No problem. Can't be messing with this for too long. Okay. Gotta make sure not to scratch the body. I'm gonna try to save this string. I'm not really sure what I can use it for, but you know, this is a new string now. So these things happen in the shop, okay? So if this was a fully edited video, I would be cutting this out. So that's one of the joys of watching live streams, is you get to see everything. All the mistakes happen, right? But we need to deal with them. So how much time did this cost me now? Okay. So now, without the camera in the way, three wraps, 3 under wraps. Okay. Now it's good. Yeah, it's perfect. All right. Where are the... Let's snip it. Clip. Oh, won't take any... Put any sharp tools away. And these tools we don't need. Pre-stretch a little bit. See, there's even less pre-stretching needed because of the way I wrap the strings. So it really does improve tuning stability. So even now when I'm pre-stretching, they're not going to go out of tune too much because there's not too much slack. Just a little bit. This one even went sharp for whatever reason. Okay. Now we want to install the pick guard before I forget. So this is where I would ask the customer if he wants the gold seal of approval under the pick guard, but he's not watching, so all right, we can do it next time. Maybe he'll be back. Okay, I always do this by hand. It's just a few turns. I want to use a power tool on a guitar like this for a few turns of the screwdriver. Okay, that's the string. The other one. Okay, that's check the action. Oh, we want to check the relief, right? Make sure it's the same. I also can kind of check the nut. I mean, I'm just going to eyeball it. Yeah. Nothing changed. Six 1/1000s. Let's check. We want to make sure not to scratch the frets. 8 1/1000s. Ah, it kind of slides through. 8 1/1000s. Does not. 6 does. So there's a little bit of a differential relief, but it's in a good direction. A little more relief on the bass side. It's actually perfect. On some high-end guitars, handmade luthier guitars, the luthier will put a little more relief on the fretboard when planing, and then also when leveling the frets, to intentionally put in a differential relief. But it's got to be working in your favor, right? More relief on the bass side. There's 6 1/1000s of relief on the treble side, 8 1/1000s on the bass side. It couldn't be more perfect than this, okay? Yeah. Now let's check the action. The action measurement is done in playing position with the action gauge. Where's the switcher? Here. The action gauge. So let's go first. Okay, so this is a little bit above, and this is maybe a little bit above, right? But so I can feel that it's above regular action. It's within spec on the bass side, and it's too high on the treble side. I thought it was going to be even high on the bass side, but maybe it's higher than the customer wants it. But you know, this is what it is. Now I'm going to use this tool. That's the jack. I'm sorry, the bridge jack. Okay, it's a Gibson approved tool. It's a StewMac tool. We just kind of raise it a little bit, a hair, just to be able to turn that, okay? And since we are lowering the string tension, we're not fighting string tension, right? We want to go below 60 1/1000ths of an inch, because 60 would be standard. He wants it as low as possible. So let's shoot for 50. And action can always be readjusted. Now obviously this makes the guitar go out of tune, right? This is where you really need to use the right tools, because with the wrong tools you can scratch the guitar, you can damage the guitar. Okay, so now it's at 65. We want to go below 60. This requires some patience. Is it going to go lower, or is it maxed out? I can't even turn it anymore. I can turn it in the opposite direction. Doesn't go any lower. It's maxed out all the way down against the bushing. You can see a little gap, but it ran out of threads. So where is it at? Well, it's a little bit below 60. It's at 58. What about this side? So we can lower this side. I'm going to go for 70. It's kind of the lowest I want to go on the bass side. So here is where I want to address the customer, speak to the customer directly. I have a satisfaction guarantee policy, right? So 30 days, and I'm not really strict on the 30 days as long as it's not 60 days or more. Yeah, you can come for little personalized adjustments, right? Because this is a boutique service here. Because I'm trying to, it's the first time we work together, so I don't know you know what you like, so here I cannot lower as it is. So this can be fixed, right? But right now, the action on the treble side is as low as it will go. Now, some people make the mistake of lowering the action by adjusting the truss rod. Now, we have a little bit of leeway with that. I can tighten the truss rod just a touch, and we'll just have a little bit less relief, and that will lower action even more. But we don't want the neck to be dead straight. So let me tighten it just a little bit. Let's measure. I could go with 4 1/1000ths of an inch on the treble side. Some players do want their necks to be completely straight. Now it's exactly 4 1/1000ths. Look, this is a 5 1/1000ths feeler gauge, this one. It does not pass through. So we put it away. This is a 4/1000. It passes through. Okay, now I know you can't see the number, and this camera is not going to focus on this, but it's 4/1000 of an inch. That's the one. Let me put it here. This is more for the benefit of other people watching this at some future time, where, you know, people might be questioning everything on YouTube. I don't know. But this is 4/1000. Can I focus on this? You see that? 4/1000. 004. 4/1000 of an inch. Okay? That's the relief that we have now on the treble side. The bass side, I just want to measure it. I'm just kind of wondering, because we do have a little bit of a differential relief. Okay, here's the view from above. So, I'm sorry, here, 5/1000. 6 is not going through, okay? So that's 5 going through. Once again, for the benefit of all the YouTubers that are going to be scrutinizing this in the future, here is the feeler gauge, and this says 5/1000 of an inch, right? Now, I'm not going to try to position the camera in a way to show the measurement of the action, but I believe that now we might have to raise the action on the bass side a little bit. Let me measure it on the treble side. Okay, it's at 55-ish, something like that, okay? On the bass side, it's a little too low for my taste. I would raise it a little bit to 70. Right now it's more like at 68. That's it, 70. Let's leave it at that. This is as low as I think we should go. Now, while we're here, why not do this? Okay, let's reinstall the truss rod cover. Before we forget. Les Paul Standard. I really like the Standard. I have a Standard. Well, I have an R8, which is standard, one of the standards. R8 is a reissue of a 1958 model. It's a really good guitar. I mean, this is also a really good guitar. I'm not saying it, but you know, an R8 is. I like an R8 more than an R9. I have to turn it just a tiny bit you can really feel the difference in the way the tuners perform when you do this under wrap and locking method. Ooh. Let me see. I like the way this guitar resonates. Look, if I put the microphone on the guitar, I like the way it resonates. Okay. Is the mic still on? Once I run out of batteries, yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap it up. Okay, we did the action. All that we need to do now is the compensation at the saddles, which adjusts the intonation. Okay, why don't we do this through the computer? I'm going to open GarageBand. So now it's plugged into the audio interface. GarageBand. The tuner on GarageBand is excellent, okay? So I am going to put the GarageBand tuner on that monitor, which should be showing up now, but it isn't. I think I have a bad cable here. Ah, now it's showing up. Yeah, I need to check that. I hope that we didn't lose the stream. Let me check on the outside. Well, if we did for 1 second, that's it. Okay. Okay, so now, now I can see, so this is just a little bit flat now, and now I am going to adjust the saddles for the intonation. So now we're going to be tuning it exact to the exact pitch. And I'm looking here, so we were a bit flat. So it's flat when I play, which is how I wanted it. That's why I put the saddles back a little bit. So I need to move the saddle forward and check again. Now it's sharp. I moved it too far. So I won't be narrating every single step here. I'm just going to do it. And if I push this button, you should be hearing it better now. Oh, come on. Mosquito. Did you hear that? I love that sound. Let me check the G, because I have a feeling we're going to have to flip that saddle. Not really. Okay, the B. It's right on. Just a tiny bit more on the E. Right on. Did I really get it? Right on, yeah. That's not luck. That's experience. Flat, okay? And it looks like it would be flat. Okay, so no surprises there. Another mosquito right there. Got him. A little flat still. You can hear that it's flat. Just a tiny bit. That should be it, right? I mean, I'm getting the right pattern here, so. Dead on, okay? And the E is going to be flat, obviously. Flat. So I know about where it needs to be. It might still be a little bit flat, but it might be okay, right on. One thing that I forgot to do, the bend test with this slightly lower action, but you know, it's a 12-inch radius, so I wasn't really worried about that. About it fretting out. This one's got no way. Okay. Yeah, I kind of hear the sound through the speakers, computer speakers. So I don't want that. I want this. Oh, wow. Hot pickups. It's, yeah. Oh, wow. I need to raise the bridge pickup and lower or lower. Yeah, this pickup is too high. I need to lower the neck pickup for sure. So the pickup height changes as you play the guitar, especially when you play high up the neck. Right? You are lowering the strings. that's a better balance. The bridge pickup should be always a little hotter, right? Louder. But now I need to raise the neck pickup a bit. Okay, I'm fine with this. Awesome guitar. It's another one of those that I am going to confiscate. Yeah, because I am also happen to be the New York City commissioner for guitar affairs, and this guitar will be seized. This is the official badge of the New York City Department of Guitar Maintenance and Repairs. You can see it says it right there. New York City Department of Guitar Maintenance and Repairs. Okay? So, that's how it is. This guitar will stay here. There's no way that I'm giving it back. Yeah, that's it. I made my decision, and that's how it is. That's just how it is. Subscribe to this channel if you like live streams. I already explained this a few times. Hit the like buttons, all of you. Share this on guitar forums, right? Just take the link from upstairs, copy and paste on any guitar forums. Right, tell the world they can benefit from this. Thank you. And another thing that I do, see, what I do is this. I put my logo in the background. So let me close this GarageBand. We don't need GarageBand. Quit. Cool. Hi. I set up the scene so that yeah, I'll show you. I always do this. Let me take the nuts away. It doesn't look too professional. Okay. A little bit of a work mess is okay. Put the guitar like that. Maybe the microscope so people can talk about this like that. And the camera here, people can talk about the live streams. So I set up a scene like this, and I take a picture. Bear with me, I'll show you. Okay, that's the picture that I take. Now, what I do with it is this. Okay, let me show you the picture. This is the picture, right? You can see here my logo, okay? The guitar, the Guitar Technicians Guild logo here, microscope, and the camera that was live streaming, right? And then I text this to a customer, to all customers, and then I say, you know, your guitar is ready, and this is a photo for your family album. So now, when I text this, it goes out to the customer, And now when they talk about it, they show, well, I had this service done at Guitar Quackery. Look at the picture. Look at the links to the live stream. Ta-da-da. The logo is right there. Free advertisement. Yeah, man. You got to do what you got to do. So, to survive in this world. 4 hours and 47 seconds. And we're finally done. Took a little longer, right? So thank you very much for watching, and let's talk soon.